Hello, hello, hello. Vastav, yo, 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 yo. And Akshay, hello, yo, 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 yo. Hey, hey. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Let me turn the music down. It's getting a bit hectic. There it goes. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing relatively well. Pretty good. We're gonna start by doing a commit. Git bash here, git add dash a git commit commence the unguttening. All right. Let's actually first check my email. Maybe there is something from the marketplace. Of course there isn't. Classic. So what is the meaning of PICOS? You'll find out. Could you say how can we create an actor object attached to another object? Do you mean like an actor attached to another actor? Or are we talking about like object, like U objects? Are we talking about U actors or U objects? Because you can do spawn actor of class and then attach actor to actor, or attach actor to component, which will attach the root component of the actor to a component of another actor at a specified location. Want to start learning about my internet? A little bit struggle city. I think we'll go back down to just 3,000. You know how it is. You know how it is. So good. All right, we're good. We're back in the green. I want to start learning about Unreal Engine, but big but, hell yeah, my laptop sucks. How much does your laptop suck? You'll probably find that it's good enough to start learning. As long as you've got all the fancy features turned off, like Lumen and Nanite and all that, you know, extra stuff. Because those can be quite expensive. Center place on the scene. Whenever I take another object, I cube near the center that touches the top. Ah, okay, I get you. So you'd need to specify all of the attachment locations on the, on the cylinder. So maybe on a cylinder, you can only attach things at either end. You could specify that with sockets on the mesh itself. So you could have a, socket 1, socket 2. And then you need to have some like pick up and drop logic, like, kind of building mode logic. Or, just could do it physically. But you would need to check either using traces or using overlap spheres. You could be like, oh, when this overlaps with this other thing, snap it to that location. But that's about as much as I could tell you, really, without actually coding it myself. I would go with sockets and traces. All right, let's start off by all right, well, we are beginning the unguttening. I was doing soft dudes. Yeah, true. All right. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. First thing I did want to do though is actually, I was thinking, and I actually do want to make a PICOS manager object. Because, well, one, it's really cheap. But two, I feel like it would be handy. But it would also make the system more modular. That's what I wanted to... That was the main one. Because I feel like if I'm making this open source at some point, then by having the item... Like, you know, the entities storing other entities tied to the... You know, entity class itself, it makes it way harder to extract just the storage logic. So if we, like, deleted the item container storage class, then nothing would be able to have storage, but nothing would actually break. So I think that's what I want to do. Can you try doing, like, snapping to pieces using socket on overlap? You want me to do it? What do you mean, is that possible? Do I want to... I had an idea about containerage. We technically don't have to initialize the containers until they're, like, used. But for the time being, we'll just do it this way. We'll just do default container types. Container static data, object reference plural. Or each. We want to get class PICOS container class, and we want to construct object from class. Oops. Basically, come here, little fuck. Gotcha. Sucked in, mosquito. Alright, then we init these. Initialize PICOS container. Owning entity is owning entity. And then they will reference they own static D. Makes sense. Just read UE5 edited by I couldn't move the camera and nav building was stuck. It's possible to select objects but not be able to move them via the gizmo, only the details transform. Restarting still the same issue. Delete the save folder, fix that. That's a really weird one. I wonder what would cause it to hang and like deleting saved or intermediate. Where are these fucking mosquitoes coming from? I'm gonna have to get the fly spray out. Yeah, that's real weird. I think someone else had an issue like that recently in the chat. But I cannot remember. Cool, so we want to do entity PICOS, no, PLSS entity. Entity. We want to do on initialize. What the fuck? Initialize entity, initialize PICOS containers. Bam. This will get the... So this PICOS container array doesn't exist anymore. Instead, it's going to be the PICOS manager, which is going to be a singular. Yeah. That's fine. Get over yourself. Some stuff's going to break. That is fine. So I search all containers for space. Why are there so many fucking bugs? God damn. We want to... So that doesn't have to be item object, does it? That should be entity. I want to copy this, or cut this function, and then in the container manager, put it in there. So we're going to do all of our functions. Well, this is just self, so this will just get subcontainers here. All our functions are going to be through the PICOS manager. Although this is going to be entity. Because we can now just put entities in stuff. This is called incoming entity object. You're gonna, oh yeah, true. The container with space is the PICOS. This is gonna be incoming entity object. That is now fine. This is now the... What is the item object? Well, the incoming entity object. Doi brain. Eh? Yeah, this is entity object with previous object. Recompiler. Thank you. Oh, I didn't actually change the class. Stupid ass. LSS entity. Bam. All right. I've accepted that this refactor is gonna take the next 2 weeks non-stop. But I'm fine with that because it's definitely worth it. You guys will see. Just trust. Just trust me. This is we're rebuilding the entire framework of the game so that we can do stupid shit. And my whole shtick is that I make stupid game so that you guys don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Narum Sayurn. It'll contain entities. Well, that would be itself, so just confirm. Just so you can put people in barrels. Exactly. No. So I can slap people with their own cut-off arm. That's what it's about. Then I just want to call this function in itself. Bam. But also, yes, putting people in barrels would be funny. I mean, like in the game, not in real life. Not funny in real life. Please believe me. Please believe me. PICOS base item container object. That should be called entity container object. You know what I'm saying? Base entity container object. There we go. All right, what else is broken? Literally everything. That's fine. Yep. That's fine. Yeah. Is it done yet? Are we done yet? So these do have a entity. Get storage grid dimensions is, yeah. Initialize PICOS containers doesn't exist anymore. We simply initialize the property simulation manager. This is called the PICOS container manager. This is going to be called the PSPS Sim Property Manager. Or just PSPS Property Manager. Piss. So that doesn't have to happen anymore. We simply initialize initialize simulation property manager. Oh, right. Initialize PSPS. And initialize initialize PICOS. So the default behavior for any entity is to construct ourselves a fatty PSPS manager. Sorry, that was PICOS manager. So do this and then call init container manager and then pass in our blah, blah, blah. Entity should have a variable called entity static data, which is of type entity static data. Which will have the container types data asset on it. Bam. Owning entity is self on the shelf. Cool. Then that will initialize by constructing all of the containers that it needs of this class. And then for each one that it constructs, it will initialize it by doing this. Pardon me. All right, and then here we would have the construct object from class PSPS manager. Oh, not Amager. Manager. Now, I do just want to go to the PSPS manager. When we... It doesn't have an initialize. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, well, it does. It's just an event. Why is it an event? I don't know. You are now a function. Function time, function time. Collapse to function. Initialize. There we go. And that has a thing. I also want to the owning thing. So this is owning entity now. I don't want that exposed on spawn. It's kind of easier to send it in through the initialization. Now I remember... Nope, that's silly. Why would I want to... Oh, that just links them. That will just go through. Okay, that's just an emergency relink. Alright, functions... Initialize, you go at the top. You do your thing using... Starting properties classes. I feel like I may want to... Well... What's the meaning of PICOS? $2.50? Yeah. That's it. $2.50. Oh my god, there are so many bugs in here. Where are they getting in? Joe many bugs. Legit. Joe many. Cool. And that will do the thing. That will give it the static data. So I'm wondering if our... Where is the read only? Yeah, no, but I want to... Does a read-only variable... Right, are there any knowers in chat? Any knowers? Any people in the know? Knowing what? So what I want to know from a knower is, does a read-only variable on an object get does a read-only object read-only variable get instanced when an object is instanced? So let's say I've got like a million different variables on an object, but I set all of them to read-only. Is that data going to get copied for every instance, or are they just going to refer to the class itself and be like, oh yeah, this is my blah 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 variable? Know what I'm saying? Classes everything, not 100%. Yeah, see, that's like what my logic is telling me, but you never know with Unreal Engine. It's unchangeable, so I don't see why it would be instance. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Although it is only set to blueprint read-only, so I'm guessing it can still be changed in C++. So maybe it would have to be C++ read-only somehow. So in instance, because read-only is BP concept. Yep. We were on the same wavelength. Yeah, so I still think I want to data asset everything. Alright, what's still broken? Everything. Just play an editor. We're fine. We don't even need anything to work. Shit, I can't. I can't. Access none trying to read property. Wait property. Action manager. Find action by tag. Ah, true. So we need to... Got a door data asset now, literally just defines what way it can open and how far it can open. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're creating heaps of instances of doors and they all share that exact same data, then, you know, asset that MF. Right, let's go to PLSS. Living being entity. Ah, I see. So because that was angry, then everything else was angry. So this would be initialize property manager. Nope. You are now initialize. It's a function now. Starting properties is... What are the starting properties? That's a great question. AOS action manager, initialize action manager, self, owning living being object. Yes, actions only belong to living beings. Also, I don't have to do this simulation property manager because it's getting done up here. Bam. Same with the other thing with the stuff. Well, it was getting done, but there we go. Cool. So initialize PICOS. Oh, we also have to obviously set the reference to the PICOS as this bad boy. Dude, this reads like Baba is you. True. Very true. What a great game. PSPS. We have our entity static data. Entities have properties. Default entity properties. However, I may... well... Do I need to have a property data asset? For properties that are all... Not really. But I could just, like... Put some shit on the data asset. But then, that's kind of the same as being like, oh, let's do an action static data, which doesn't really make sense. I mean, it kind of doesn't really make sense for the... No, it does for the container one. Does it for properties? No, because they just have... Well, man, I could for their base value, but that's kind of overkill. It's literally one float. And it is subject to change all the time. So yeah, no, properties are always dynamic. So we just say for each. No, actually we just say initialize property manager. Bam. And then PSPS. Set this. Now we have a fat initialization chain. So then you will go through and do these and then construct them and register them. That should be in an initialize this thing. I kind of don't like doing expose here because that means if I wanted to add variables. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like if I wanted to construct by class, and those class needed extra variables that they'd pull from here, or the owner of the owner of the owner or whatever, then they can't get them straight away. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'll change that when we get back to that. So now I should... Oh, hello. Well, now I can actionate. Now I can action. Yo, naked man trips down cliff. Oh, we don't get any... Hello? Why are you not getting back up, brother? Well, could it be that there are some errored blueprints? I was not trying to read entity static data. That's true, that's true. It wouldn't be able to get them. Wait, how the fuck can I jump then? Eh? Eh? Oh, because I've got a default action list. Still doesn't make sense. Oh, because I'm overriding it in Living Bean. Yeah. I need to just gut everything. We just go to Living Bean. PLS, we don't need to do this. Oh, no, actually, no. This does need to construct itself first. But... Default actions. PICOS default action list. So these should be on there. Can I cut this? Nice. You're gonna get angry. Oh no, you're not gonna get angry. Get out of here, bug. This needs to be on our... Well, we have entity. Static data. And then we want to do a child class called Living Being Static Data. Which has extra things such as default action list. URA. What do I call them? PICOS action object classes plural. Actually, no. Well, yeah. Well, I mean... Do I just want to... No, I guess... well... So this default action list, I could have it just as a list of classes and be like, oh yeah, this one has, you know, it starts off with the dodge and the blah, 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 blah. Or... the list could be a data asset. Which makes it both easier and harder to work with. Because on one hand, I can just be like, oh yeah, this is like, you know, just a sub... Like a humanoid living being subclass. And it has all the exact same default actions. But then if I want to do something simple like just add an extra one, so instead of, you know, using the heavy attack standard moveset thing, they use the tail sweep heavy attack because they're a lizard person. We always come back to lizard person. If I wanted to do that, I'd have to make an entirely new data asset and set that to it. Which doesn't sound that bad, so I'm just gonna fucking do that. Default action list, singular object reference. Let's go. And that just references classes of stuff. EZ. So then when we do our living bean entity object and we initialize it and it will do this, then it will do this. At which point, initialize action manager. How are you getting your fucking defaults? Construct default actions. Where are you getting them from? You're just getting them from there. What the fuck? Do I want to pass it in? So why is this one more complicated? Right, because we already have an is virtual dude here. But you know what? Let's just do that. Let's just run everything at full bore. Owning living being object is living being entity object. Wait, then how the fuck does it know that? I think I want to pass them in. Default actions. No, it's probably better to just get them on the other side. Because if we unvirtualize, we'd need to just be able to get the class list anyway. Is it better for the manager to pull the data from the owner, or for the owner to send the data to the manager? The default data. I feel like pulling it makes more sense down the line. Because we need to be able to just turn the manager on and off, and it needs to be able to rejig itself, probably. Maybe not. I think I want to pull it. Pull that MF. Straight away we go set owning entity. I guess then we can cast if we need to override or something. Because, you know, this has entity static data. This will give us our default container types. Default PICOS. That goes into there. And that would have to be valid. And then in the other dude, this one. So that is now fine. Honestly, I probably want to do this first before I initialize it. Bam. Nice. I have a question about UE and source control. I used a blueprint from the built-in engine content. It doesn't appear in version control tools. I have to migrate it to my regular content folder. It would depend... Yes. Unless you had your engine folder writing to source control, which I would highly recommend not doing. Because that means that you're essentially writing the entire engine and all of the engine's content to your source control. So yeah, I would recommend moving it to your content folder. Because that's what your source control would be picking up on by default. Or would be assigned to, you know, register changes for. The microcontroller doesn't appear to delete stuff from the engine content, create any sort of conflicts. Have you created a new blueprint in the engine folder, in the engine content folder, or have you edited an existing one? Edited. Okay, I would duplicate the thing. Just in... I mean, it shouldn't really cause any issues unless there's, like, heaps of things depending on it. At which point, when you then update your engine, the... you know, that thing would come back. Do you know what I mean? Like whenever you upgrade your engine, everything in the engine... you know, the engine folders will get rewritten in an ideal scenario. So I would just duplicate what you've done and just move that one to your what's it called? Bit confusing when I hit migrate. You can just move things around the engine, like especially like within the same project. You can just be like, oh, I've got this material, and I want to put it in, you know, all the way over here. And you can just move here. Or copy here. And then the only thing you'd need to watch out for is just redirectors. So you can just do content, fix up redirectors, which usually gets done. I don't know if it automatically does it ever, but whenever you move lots of stuff around, I would just go to your, like, root folder and just be like, fix up redirectors. Make sure you save everything before you do that, because sometimes it can... sometimes it can freeze your engine, because it... at least in Unreal 4, it would do that all the time. These mosquitoes are insane. I'm gonna have to get the spray out. I hate using insecticides, because there's lots of nice spiders in here. Oh no, it looks like we're... I might look into a, like a localized mosquito killer, like a zapper or something. So then I don't have to sacrifice the spiders. Alright, so it's now this thing's job to sort itself out. Get default actions. Where are you? That ain't it. It would be living being owner. So construct default actions, living being owner. Get entity static data. It'd be nice if you could override... I know you could do it with... I mean, the class is loaded anyway. I may as well just fucking cast to living, being static data, whatever. Whatevs. Whatevs, Trevs. I mean, I could save a reference to the living being static data, which I'd probably need to do for a lot of living being specific things. And probably action specific things. But I don't know. Yeah, I think I will do that at the start anyway. On initialize... Oh, this is the action manager. Well, the action manager should... Okay, living being entity should have its living being static data if we need to get that non-generically. Like this. So just one off when it gets initialized. We just say, hey, here's a reference to it as living being. Living static data? The fuck? Living being static data. Dumbass. So we can get all the additional variables from it. Such as... Ah, yeah. Initialize action manager. Construct default actions. Living being owner. Living being static data. Get your default. Action list. Do your thing. EZ. Right, item object. Why are you angry? Ah. Initialize item object. Da 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 da. We don't need to do this anymore. It also doesn't need to know about simulation property manager because that is now a thing of the entity. Get all contained entities list is a part of the PICOS. Get all contained entities list. Go deep. Do your thing. They all have a property manager. We can update registered properties if we needed to. Why are you angry? Ah. You would need to be the piss property manager. Player character. On-rep item actor ref. Function on-rep item. He's lying. Whatever he says, it's not true. Let me just run an ad real quick. I'm gonna use the bathroom. BRB. Hello, I'm back. Crazy. Sorry, I just BRB'd as soon as you asked your question. Are you still there? I can do a little recap if you're still around. Playlist is fire. Yeah, it is. It's the old school RuneScape soundtrack. It never goes wrong. Never goes wrong. I know why the thing isn't working. Okay, we want to do this. Oi. You didn't set any static data for the fella. Question mark, breakpoint. Oh, breakpoint. Do I have a default living being static data? I do not. Cool. Cool. Sorry, what was I looking at? Right, I need to make a... Also, Crazy Logic, let me know when you're back, and I can do a little recaparino. No cap. Where is miscellaneous? Data asset. Living bean. This is LSS. Default. Living being static data. So this has the humanoid default action list. The entity scaling mesh is just base character. Entity object class is living being. What the fuck? Oh. Huh? Oh, it's PLSS. Living. Wait, what the fuck? Son of a bitch. Entity object class. Why are you an item object class? That's so silly. Entity object. Bam. Entity actor class. I don't have an entity actor. This should just be actor. Stupid ass. There we go. Probably. Oh, well. Yeah, I just need to... Fuck it, it's good enough for now. Alright, got all this other stuff. Blah, 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 blah. So that should all be good now. This one here. You are of type living being entity. Bam. And this is of living being actor. Default entity grid dimensions. 5 by 7. What? 5 by 8. Default entity tags. Whatever. Your default thing is flesh. Entity properties. Weight, temperature, durability. No, we want character weight. Character. Fuck that shit. No, I said delete this. There we go. You know what? You don't need any for now. Let's just get rid of your properties. Default entity fizz. Entity fizz interaction actions. What the fuck was that again? Entity fizz interaction actions. I'm so confused. What does that even mean? Oh, when we interact with it. Right. So like lift character and over shoulder or whatever. PICOS container types. Let's give you the old... No, actually, you're a human. You don't have any doodads. Anyway, this should be enough to get it started. So we should be able to entity in here make the Yep. Is this pulling from the right place? Living being. Yep. So now we just, whenever we make the object, which we're just doing on startup for now. I think it's on the living bean. Yeah. We just need to set a... No, I could just set it on living being entity. Your default living being static data is default living being static data. Wow. Action manager is an object. Living being actor is null. Location. Yep. Alright, we should get... Yeah. Oh. Entity. Initialize entity. Entity static data is not succeeding. Why is this? Motherfucker. We do this first, then we do this. And it's literally in... living being object class. Moving object entity, initialize entity. This will then go through, do its PICOS, do its properties. Cool. This entity should know that it is a living being entity, dude. Yep. So when you get initialized, you do that. We're getting your entity static data. Right. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, right. Any entity. Yeah, makes sense. Right. Living being. Right. It's because this was null. It's not that the living being static data needs to be set or not. Because we can override that. Anyway. Alright, we can now jump. Very good. We can now ragdoll. Can we get up? Up. 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 Down we go. No, get up. Why the fuck? What's a Garrett supposed to do exactly? What do you mean? Guess that's never getting called. Which means that our physics control component. It does have one, because we're obviously doing it. Since we're expecting a result that you're not... I'm expecting them to get back up after they fall down. But I'm not really sure why they are... Yeah, we don't need that at all. Let's get rid of you. Well, I'm surprised that wasn't throwing a null error. Yeah, there we go. Right, it's because I was getting rid of some components. Makes sense. Whee! Cool. Righty-o. So, I think what I want to do now is... set up our debug mode for items. So basically the item UI, or the entity UI in this case, or entity storage UI. Usually what happens is when we drag something from one container to another, instead of just moving the object, we instead tell the character to move the object. By saying, oh, we want to get this item from this thing and put it in this thing at this location. We send that to an action, and then the action... then the action is the one that actually moves it from the thing to the thing. However, if we have God mode enabled, then we'll be able to just move it without any conditions, and it will move it immediately. So we're going to do that first before we redo the item interaction action. Item interaction action? Or, as it would now be, the entity interaction action. But I'd probably call it the entity storage interaction action. To be more precise, but yeah, for the time being, everything's just going to move instantly between containers, and then that will become the debug tool mode, and then we'll implement or re-implement or refactor the old way of doing it later. So, can I still... No. Great. And that would be because item object is getting initialized real fuckedly. Initialize item object. Where do you get called from? Because you should not really care. In fact, just delete. Get delete, idiot. So now we're going to have things that are... Yeah, that would have gotten the thumbnail doodad. Done the thumbnail. But, frick that. No thumbnails. Thumbnails illegal. We want to go... Well, some other stuff should be broken. Yes, very good. Right, when we spawn our default items stuff, we want to construct an item object. We want to initialize entity, which will then do its PICOS and its whatever. There should be other places that this is broken, like when I do G. Spawn armor, create new armor. Where's armor actor? Create new arm. This would be the one that is initializing. Hello? Do the thing, generate a new dude. Construct Pris armor object. Set rep owning actor. Generate thumbnail. Where the fuck do you get... Well, it must be that the armor object was doing its own initialization. No. Cursed. You telling me that armor was never getting initialized? Or was I initializing it out here? Nope. Right. Well, let's just ignore that, go in here, and just be like, hey, let's just do this, because why not? Easy, easy. As Pez. Alright, I need to save all. We're going to close engine. We're going to open again. Hopefully we get more errors. What kind of AI model do you think you use? Are you going to use something like GOAP or utility AI? I'm going to use both. I will be using both. So the idea is to use utility AI to decide what to do, and then use GOAP to decide how to do it. So utility AI, given all of my current stats, given all my current properties, blah, 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 I need to decide to do something. And so they all get weighted and, I need to satisfy my boredom, or I need to satisfy my hunger, or water, or stuff like that. And then to actually figure out how to do that thing, we use GOAP. So it could be like, damn, I'm really hungry. Which would be decided by a utility AI. Bug, can you not? And then Gope would tell it, or it would figure out using a Gope, how do I get food? Which would then have a, you know, a whole Gope web. Remember from my eternal slumber to fix monitors for work. Guess I'm awake now. God damn. Well, you woke up at the right time. Are those plugins? What do you mean are those plugins? Oh, do you mean Gope or utility AI? They're like AI, theoretical AI frameworks. People have made plugins for them, but I doubt they would work for like my specific needs, because I'm just so unique, you know. My game's just so unique. Wow. Alright, hit play. Hey, there we go. Alrighty. So I just want to give an entity a physics asset override. Shouldn't that really be defined in its mesh, though? Where do I ever use physics asset override? I kind of never do. Let's just, for now, skip that. Unwrap item object called from unwrap item object should not be called from a blueprint. Well, how about fuck you? Unwrap these nuts. Wait, where is that getting called though? Daily reminder? What is it? Why is it? This is not showing me where the fuck it is. It doesn't exist, brother. Stop lying to me. Anyway, next. Equipment component we don't care about. I'm just gonna gut that. Wait, why are you still angry? Go back. Entity active. Right. Just chill. Just chill. Yeah. Spawn it. Okay, just fucking Jesus. There we go. Bad blueprint, go to the corner. Exactly. Blueprint badge should be an emote. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Does it go, basically use utility AI to pick what actions, simulated actions to try do anyway? Kind of. It uses, like, weighting. So, the way that GOP works, from my understanding, you have basically a chain of dependencies. So, character has a goal. So this is current world state. Character has a goal. Eat food. Right, how does a character eat food? Well, if character has food, well, character eat food is has food. Has food. And then they can eat food. So, this one is just like an instant win. But they might not be able to satisfy that condition immediately. So there would be a thing called... Well, yeah, the world state tag would be has food. There would be a way to clarify, you know, or confirm that the character has food. So if they didn't have food, maybe they could cook food. It looks like it says cock food. Cook food. Which means, you know, they would have ingredients. Or has raw. Has ingredients to cook food. They might already just have them, you know? So then they can cook, then they can has food, and then they can eat food. But then it gets a little bit freaky. Where it's like, okay, well, we could buy ingredients. And we could just buy food. Like, buy edible food straight away. Buy food. Right? This would satisfy. Buying ingredients would satisfy has raw food. But in order to buy stuff, we have to have has money. Has money. Has dollar bills. So the character might just have money. Wouldn't that be nice? And then they can either buy ingredients or buy food to then have food to then eat food. But then it's like, okay, well, in order to has money, we might need to make money. Or get money, actually. Well, yeah. Just anything that results in having money. So they could steal money. Or they could borrow money. Right? So anyway, this is just a big this is just an explanation of GOP for people, and then they has money, and then they blah 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 blah. So, also these should all have an arrow. Stupid ass. So basically every one of these things is a node, and each little arrow here is a path, right? So all of these have a cost. Like, you know, buying food would figure out, oh, how much cost does this cost me? So that might be in, you know, oh yeah, I have money, but it's all the way back at home, you know? It's like fucking 10 miles away. So the distance could add cost to already having money, or, you know, getting the money that they already own. So maybe they just want to go and sell their shoes to buy something to eat. But you basically run a pathfinding algorithm, which will just give you the optimal path to eating food, right? Like you use like you literally use A star, the pathfinding algorithm, to figure out the best way to get to here. So anyway, what was I talking about? Right, utility AI. And keep in mind, like, this could go even more complex. It could be, you know, sell shoes, or like use existing money to buy soft shoes to then make yourself stealthier to be able to steal items, to then sell the items for money, to then buy ingredients to have raw ingredients, to then cook raw ingredients into food to then eat, right? There's like heaps of shit that an AI could do. To like plan out, you know, or to pathfind the change or the needed changes in world state in order to do the thing. And you could obviously introduce some randomness so that they wouldn't always do the same thing. And like, you know, a character that is morally questionable would be not more inclined to steal, but they would be less opposed. Or if someone like really hated rich people, they might go out of their way to steal from them to, you know, whatever. The other thing is you could just steal the food directly as well. Steal food from the baker's stall. You don't have to steal money, or you don't have to have money. Yeah, you know what I mean. What if in between gathering and cooking they find a homeless child who needs food, they'd have to donate and rerun their loot? Well, it depends if it depends on what kind of character they are, you know. If they're an upper class snob, they might just ignore the homeless child. If they are compassionate, or they, you know, are the same social standing, then maybe they would donate their food and then have to repath. Because these could be interrupted at any time, right? Like, if we have money and we're like, oh yeah, let's go and buy food. So I don't... Yeah, let's go and buy food from the bakery, and on the way to the bakery, it sets on fire. Or the player comes along and just, like, fucks it up, you know? Then they would need to repath. They need to be like, oh, well, I'm still going to buy food, but I'm going to have to buy it from somewhere else. But, oh, maybe there's no food no food places until, like, the next city. So it's like, well, kind of fucked. Maybe I'm just going to go and hunt food instead, or go and forage food, or go and ask someone else if they've got any food, you know? Because what makes utility AI different is that it's only actions that can do immediately. Yeah, exactly. So like, the way that I'm thinking of using utility AI is mainly in deciding from the current state, deciding what our end state is going to be. So, like, you know, given all of, like, let's say an AI is just idle, and they're like, oh, you know, I've got nothing to do. What do I want to do? Or let's say one of their stats becomes critical, even if they're in the middle of doing something else. So, like, you know, they're currently training, but then their hunger drops below 20%. And then, you know, the sort of utility system would decide, shit, man, you need to go eat. And so then we would run Gope the Pope. Should we visit an NPC still has to check location and immediately change the button? Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the same idea as the overworld pathfinding. So, like, if there's a river with a bridge, but the bridge gets destroyed, and the town's over here, and they want to go to this town, then the traders will... They'd go and then find out the thing's destroyed, and then either just camp out, set up camp near the bridge till it's fixed, or they'd go back. And then it starts to get really kind of funky if you start doing knowledge propagation. So, you know, someone sees, oh shit, this bridge is destroyed. They could then tell that information to other... Like, there'd be an information object, and then they could just, you know, like a virus spreading, tell other NPC entities, like, hey, here's a pointer, here's an object pointer, now you know this information, you know? And they'd hold on to that for, you know, as long as it's relevant to them, I guess, but... Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, that's down the line stuff. Knowledge isn't a priority right now. Priority right now is entity definition. Oh, so let me catch up on the chat. I feel like I've been ranting for ages. Goped it. Goped it. So I feel like I was, like, about to answer a question, but I got distracted. Oh, it was Crazy Logic. Hello. Been developing a framework for that in my own project to allow somewhat smarter NPCs. It's really cool once you get it. The biggest issue is setting up the scoring system. Yeah, exactly. And you had a question before about what the hell I was doing. What's going on here? What's the goal? I see objects being used. I'm assuming they're being used as data holds to initiate from NPCs. So currently the big refactor The Prismatica 4.0 refactor, or refactor, major refactor number 4, or Prismatica Stage 4, which we're covering in Prismatica Season 2, which is just very confusing. Basically, I am genericizing items and characters and basically anything into an entity. And then also working on modular storage for entities rather than just items. And like storage behaviors. And that includes physical and what was the I had it on a whiteboard somewhere. On my actual, like, not MS Paint. Here we go. What was I just saying? I've actually lost my train of thought completely. What the fuck? I was saying something, items are entities, living beings are entities. We can store entities in entities. Oh, right. Physical or conceptual storage. So if we've got virtualized characters that are off screen, they can just be stored in an army container. And an army is an entity that just, you know, stores other shit. So you could just put a bunch of characters in an army, or you could have characters in squads in an army, and then just do pathfinding for the army itself. And that army could have its own, like, movement criteria, right? So, like, an army can't move through a river because it's not viable or some shit. You know, an army only really moves across roads. So you probably wouldn't see an entire army moving through the forest ever. Because they'd have all of their, you know, their carts with them and all that kind of shit. And so we just sum that into like an aggregate score for where an army entity can move and whatnot. Forest army? Well, you could have a forest squad, depending on who the squad members are. I mean, a squad will, again, have just an average aggregate score rather... Or maybe like a min score. So, like, if a squad had one member that was injured, you know, like their leg was torn off by a bear, or a bear-like, then the total movement, you know, criteria for that squad would be, you know, the lowest value, which kind of makes sense. So then maybe that squad would decide, you know what, we're not gonna go mountaineering because this fella is missing a leg. We're gonna just stick to roads so that someone can carry him or whatever. Also, I did want to interject a... Can you fuck off? I wanted to entity and physical entity to be two separate things. Like to branch off here. Because I was thinking, which I sometimes do, where the fuck is the... There it is. Get thick. When you're out with the squad and one of the boys takes an arrow? That's right. Would we use property stuff for... Let's just do it. Oh, some examples. Egg. Town. Army. Region. Fucking... I guess building. Because a building is made up of multiple physical things, like walls and roof, and then all the shit inside it. But the actual building itself isn't... Because the building itself doesn't have health, it's the things in the building that have health and have properties. But if we were talking about the ownership of the building, then that is a conceptual entity. What the fuck? Etc. I'm also thinking that substances are actually not physical, and I mean, like, they are, but they're also like not. Although they do have a volume, which everything has a volume. These just don't have a default grid container space, because they can only be stored in a volumetric. And they also do have properties, like water can go moldy. Although I guess I guess a substance just wouldn't use the container thing. Unless we wanted to put, like, fucking, I don't know, bacteria inside water. But I feel like the bacteria would just be a substance. So you would just have a mix of water and fucking parasite substances. You know what I mean? Substances are kind of like a weird exception to some rules, but also not. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, because water can't store anything. I feel that you at least know what you mean. Yeah. Like. You can't store a person in water itself. You can put a person in a barrel of water, but the person isn't in the water. They're submerged in the water, but the water isn't storing the person. Person is water. I mean, that's fair. 65% water. Is water wet? No, we actually figured this out. At least in Prismatica. Water or no liquids are actually wet in Prismatica. They simply get added to the volumetric containment of the thing that, you know, that stores them. For example, a shirt has liquid volumetric storage, whether intentional or not. The shirt can store water by being wet. Does that make sense? Or it can store blood by being wet with blood. Or it can be, you know, wet with oil. But water cannot be wet itself. It can induce wetness, but it cannot be wet itself. Otherwise, water would apply wetness to itself and it would consume the entire world. Be formless, shapeless like water. If you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle and it becomes the bottle. Be water, my friends. That's right. That's like actually how substance items work in the game. Like water does not just exist as an item. Water is only ever contained unless it is thrown on the ground, which is an edge case in which it becomes a substance actor, which is essentially just a decal, and it's just a way for substances to exist as actors. A drug substances. Depends. It depends on the form. Like a pill. A pill is an item that contains, you know, pingers. you know what I mean? Or like a herbal remedy is a herbal remedy that contains blah 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 blah. Basically, if you can't hit someone over the head with it, it's a substance. If you can hit someone over the head with it, it's an item. And that's basically the distinction between item and substance. So like an arm is an item that contains blood substance. But you can use the arm itself as a weapon. You know? So just by which I mean medicine. Yeah, well, like you can throw a pill at someone's head, right? It's like a substance that's been made into an item. Like you can hold it loosely, right? But something like sand, you can't hold loosely. Or something like gunpowder cannot be held loosely. Or water, or blood. But you can put it in an item. Or you can put it in a living being. Like you can ingest it. And then it would be in your what's it called? It would be inside your stomach container, which would break down, or would, you know, digest the things in it. So your stomach has a volume. Substances have a volume. In fact, all physical entities have a volume. So, like, you can... this is where it starts to get fucky. So you've got a barrel, right? The barrel can hold volume, volumetric, you know, water, but then you can also put spatial items in the barrel, but they also take up volume. So, like, if you had a barrel full of water, but then you dumped a body in the barrel, it would displace all of the water by the amount that you put into it. The amount of person that you put into it. What is this body disposal stream? Nothing sus. Nothing sussy. Leaving the house simulation component. Blah, 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 blah. Let's just go to here. You can DIY. You do not need to get done. Yeah, you know what? You just chill out. You just chill out. Oh, that's all that. Item actor. Why? I know this is a character. Scaly mesh. Equipable to slots no longer exists. Fantastic. Let me just keep that one angry for now. You can't put a body in water. You can put a body in water, but you can't put a water in a body. No, you can put water in a body. Shit. I'm trying to get my armrest good. Oh, there we go. Why is this still... What the fuck? On rep. On rep. On rep item object should not be called from a blueprint. Well then fucking tell me where it is. What challenge is out of sight? Oh, it'll be on cooldown. Sorry, let me I wish I could get like a little chime when someone redeems channel points. Is it that? Ah, set with notify item object. Right, yeah. Why can that not be called from a blueprint, though? Item object. PICOS entity grid container object. Ooh, what are you angry at? Right, incoming item object is now incoming entity object. If that's equal to self, then don't go any further. Get incoming item object. You are now... incoming entity object, but this needs to input... Son of a bitch. Go up. Can item blah blah blah. Initialize search container for space. Incoming entity. Yep. Matching stackables. Incoming entity object. Minecraft zombie groan. Search container, matching stackables. Search this container for entity. Animated water bottle that safely refills till water challenge is available. Oh, that would be cool, actually. Did you see the Brighter Shores announcement article? Brighter Shores. Was that the Gower Brothers, like, RuneScape we have at home? RuneScape 4? I saw... I think it was on, like, game linked or something. Something about that. It seemed like a game of all time. I feel like nothing can beat old school RuneScape though. Like the new old school RuneScape. You know what I mean? If the music is bangers, true, true. Have you really played it this day and some who come back to it? Yeah, yeah. I'm one of those people that comes back every now and then. But yeah, old school is really, like, genuinely good. In terms of, like, its development team and whatnot. And, like, the updates that they do. There should be an entity grid. Yeah. What are you? Entity. Right, it's just because that. Wait, contained items grid. You're not real. You are the titties grid. There we go. Stop yelling at me. Huh? Right. No, give me the... Huh? Contained entities. There we go. No. Contained entities grid. Yas. Let me just copy and paste that. Ah, fuck my... What the fuck do you mean, entities grid? Can I just, like, refresh? Son of a bitch. Yeah. Do the fucking whatever. That's returning item object. You need to return. What's this? Entity grid, contain object. This is get item at index. Get item at index. You need to return entity. There. And this is entity object. Object. You can connect that array. What the? Blah, 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 blah. Stop it. Stop it. Don't. Which one? Oh, this one. Yeah. No, we good. Get item top left index. Entity to search for. This should be called get entity top left index, brother. My stomach Della Rumbler. Why my tummy go brrr? Coming entity object. Bam. Can entity fit at index? Can entity fit at index? Entity fit at index. Nice. Only energy, contain energy, blah, 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 blah. I think we are almost good. What the fuck? Entity object. Item static data incoming. Right. Incoming entity. Get the entity static data. I might have to use... getters? Because, like, only items are stackable. But I don't want to have to... Yeah. I think we're going to implement getters on the entity static data. Almost as like an interface, you know? Except it ain't an interface. Because interfaces suck. So we can say entity static data, new function called get max stack quantity. Why they say? They're just annoying to implement, basically. So this song is a banger. Matt, hello. Any chance you might know a simple triangle from Blender imported to UE looks weird with Lumen when using an instance of the mesh? Are you doing world position offset to move it around? Because it may be that the distance fields are... Well, distance fields get used in Lumen. Therefore, the distance field is probably incorrect. So, like, the shadows would be all fucked up. Because the distance fields are pre-computed based on the original mesh. Which is why I don't put, like, distance fields on trees, because trees move around. And so you'd get weird self-shadowing. Freak. Hell yeah. Is that what it was? Oh, you mean frick. I assume there's no way to fix that. You could turn off Lumen. Or do a dynamic mesh. Because a dynamic mesh would generate distance fields when it gets, like, created, you know. Like, when it gets set. It would probably generate a distance field. But it depends. Obviously, if you were animating it, it would be a lot harder. But then how does Lumen work with, like, characters and shit? Well, I guess it has access to the skinned data. Just a one-time pass for the offset. Okay, I'd probably go with doing a dynamic mesh, honestly, for that kind of thinger. Because yeah, then because it's a new mesh, it can then generate a distance field and then store it. Although it might not be distance fields making it go funny. It could just be that because it's made up of multiple individual objects, that Lumen is kind of, you know, getting angry. Like it just can't figure out what the hell's going on. But I mean, that would also be fixed by using a dynamic mesh. Like a procedural mesh, I guess. Movable objects wouldn't use distance fields for anything, so maybe try setting it to movable, see if it makes it better. Movable objects still use distance fields. Like, if I get balls. I can probably confirm this. Prismatica balls. Someone tell me what's a PICOS, stupid boy. About $2.50 from the bakery. Hopefully that doesn't crash. Okay, hold on. How do I go here? We go show. Visualize mesh DFs. They might not have it turned on. I'm pretty sure they still... Or maybe it's only the global? Wait, where are like some meshes? There's some meshes. Or maybe because they're spheres, they're kind of... You know, fuck it, let's just get this. And just bring it over here. And just say, hey, simulate. I meant to just click this button. Okay, yeah. So they do, yeah. They do move. Very cursed. I think that's why we pre-compute mesh distance fields. I'll see if globals get updated. No, hold on. No, that doesn't look like it has a global. Oh, no, it does. You can just see it getting real fucky. It doesn't look great, but it technically works. Although it might just be using the mesh distance field to figure that out on the fly. Interesting. Why am I... Oh, right, my consciousness value is at 0. Oh. That's why I'm shit-faced. Alright, so... yeah, legit. I didn't realize that... It's weird. What a vibe. What the hell is PICOS? About $2.50. Alright, let's keep working on PICOS. Alright, so. What the flippity doodah are we doing? What are we doing? Who am I? Why am I here? One of the people who did the music for RuneScape ever did a GDC talk about it. I'm pretty sure the original composer is in jail. Because he was a dodgy fella. But all the new stuff is in the same style. Jail GDC. Yeah. Yep. JDC. Fuck, someone set up an event. Can make the big bucks. Gnome Party was written by a criminal. I think so. There were a few musicians on the team. Like Mod Ash did a lot of the music. God Ash, sorry. Praise be. What's up, not validating a plugin? I'm heading to their office to make them understand. You know what? That would be really helpful, Dragonfly. Let me check my email. I already checked my email earlier, but nothing. 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 Just Twitch. Twitch and Patreon. Gumroad, it's payday. Hell fucking yeah. Okay. Jesus. But no thinger. You're making getters. Yes, right. Because I was talking about how interfaces suck. So in our entity static data. Right. So we're implementing getter functions in the parent class so that we didn't have to inherit stupid variables like, what's the max stack quantity of a living being? You know what I mean? This is dumb as fuck. So we essentially just use the function as an interface to be like, oh, does this have this? If it doesn't, it will just use the default and be like, oh, -1. It's not as stackable, brother. Or maybe 0 would be. No. Definitely stackable. Well, I mean, like, they're stackable, but they're not like... You know what I mean? So if we now go to... Well, we should probably do this for entity grid dimensions, you know? Because... Yeah, get entity grid dimensions. Actually, this works really well because the idea was that if you put a corpse in a barrel versus you are hiding in a barrel, and we want to visualize that with a grid, that could return different things. So in the living being get entity grid dimensions, we could then pass through the context and then output a different result based on the thing. Return, please? Yeah, no. Jeez, I didn't even fucking... Let me guess, that's going to give me an error? No? It's fine. Oh, wait. Fuck you. Default is... 0. Yes. Or do I want to say 1? I mean, we can do a safety check and be like, oh, can this fit here? Well, it's not a fucking thing, so... But, like, we'll be doing tags anyway. Like, a backpack will be like, oh, I can take in this and that and this and that. Well, not the backpack, but the backpack's containers will be able to say, I can handle this and that and this and that. But I guess just as a fallback, we should be like, hey, bitch, you're a 0 by 0. In fact, this should be a breakpoint, honestly. If we... if we ever don't override this, but we call it on something that, yeah. YUB. Can you hide a small person in your backpack? Yes. Yes. Whether they're dead or alive. Or you could put a chicken in a backpack. Whether it's dead or alive. Because that way we don't have to have, like, a chicken and a chicken corpse item. You know? It can literally just be... Chicken is an entity. Chicken has a container called internal organs. And a container called external organs. And then... you could... you know, remove the guts from the chicken and get chicken guts. And then you could pluck the chicken and get the chicken feathers. And then you could cook the rest of the chicken and you would get a gutless, featherless cooked chicken. You know? Would a living chicken eat the grain in my backpack? Would a dead chicken get blood all over the grain in my backpack? Yes. Yes, because everything is virtualized, they have the context of the thing they are inside, and they still have autonomy while they are inside a container, whether that is a physical container or a conceptual container. So the chicken could run a behavior and be like, I'm fucking stuck in a bag, you know, I'm gonna try and escape from the bag. Or if the bag was tied shut, then it would be like, oh, I'm gonna, like, start clawing my way out of the bag, and it would start dealing damage to the bag. As bags lose durability, they start to drop items on impact. So if you, like, jumped or jiggled around, things would fall out of your broken-ass backpack. So, yeah. Also, yes, the substances will affect... Loose substances will affect the items in a container. So, like, if it's raining... If it's raining and you've got a canvas backpack, and the canvas backpack starts to hold water substance... it will, you know, it will then go to all of the items inside it. Unless it's, like, weatherproofed or whatever. But that would go for, like, blood as well. So, like, if you've got... Let's say you're, like, delivering a... You're delivering a love letter from, like a fucking Romeo and Juliet type thing. But on the way, you're like, oh... There's a fucking rabbit right there, you know? And so you hunt the rabbit, you skin it, you chuck it in your backpack, and when you go to get the letter out, it's just covered in blood and guts. Emergent gameplay. Anyway, why you be getting grid dimensions on the base class? Shouldn't you have overridden this function? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Bam. Also, does anyone know where breakpoints are stored? In, like, the whole, you know, project folder? Like, if I wanted this breakpoint to... like, to carry over to someone else's session. What would that be in? In the project.ini? Or the project.audi. So I'll be right back. Gonna get some food. Alright. How's everyone going? Also, I had a realization, but I'll get to it in a bit. So if the breakpoints are in the project ini, that would carry over. So you would get my breakpoints, Adam. It's just that with the plugin, because there was a thing in the plugin that I was like, I put in a breakpoint if they didn't have the pivot painter actor in their world. So I was hoping that it would breakpoint and then come up with the print string that I'd left there. But they weren't getting that breakpoint. So it must be that the plugin ini doesn't... Well, yeah. It's obviously stored in the project ini. Anyway, so I realized I probably don't want to do this in the static data. I probably want to do this in the object itself. The object class, because yeah, like the function. And the plugins that have the breakpoint. Yeah. So that, like, they would get a breakpoint if they tried to do the pivot paint script without the actor in the world. Also, should this be in the data asset or should it be in the... Should it be in the item object? Or in the entity object? So I wanted to get max stack quantity. Yeah, I'd probably want to implement the function in entity object. So then I can call it on the object. And the object just pulls it from its static data if it has it. Yeah, because I'd want to, if I had a subclass, I'd probably want to override the thing in it. Like, okay, for example, let's say we had a slime. And that slime size in a container can change based on, I don't know, some conditions. If I wanted to get its grid dimension at any point, that would mean that I'd have to have a slime entity or slime living being static data child, as in a child of the static data that would just have this function overridden. Which doesn't necessarily make sense because it's like... It's more like, do I want to just put the getter on the object, not the static data? Because the object holds a reference to the static data. Am I making any sense? I've already done it here. I think it makes more sense to do it here. And then you have to do this. I mean, I could do it both ways. Like this, that would be really dumb. Sorry, am I missing chat? Hold on. No, I think we're fine. Oh, right. Joey was asking why the interfaces suck. I think I answered. But basically, interfaces are just kind of cumbersome. Right, okay, so I still need to decide. What defines... Where are these getters declared? Do I declare them on the object, the entity object, or the entity's static data? I think the object, because there'll be more... Yeah, on the object, okay. Because, here's my reasoning. Because it makes more sense, that's all. No, because a data asset, when you make like a child data asset, as in like a red one, you can't override any functions. You'd have to make a child class of the static data itself. The static data class itself. Which would just be a huge dick pain. So I think I definitely want to do it on the entity and go get storage grid dimensions. So let's go back to here. Get this bad boy. Yeet that MF out of the picture. We go back to here. No, not here. We go to this one. Put this in here. This should always return this. That can fuck off. That can go there. Very good. Cool. And then this can be 0, 0 to start off with. Or -1, -1. And I want to breakpoint that. And then in static data, we also want the max stack quantity. We're going to cut that. We're going to go to our entity getters. We're going to... Well, I can just paste it in. Based function, get max stack quantity. And then max stack by default is -1. But then, if I want to go to item object, where are you? What the fuck? Item object. And we wanted to override get max stack quantity. We would then get the item static data, and then from it get the dimensions, default entity grid dimensions, which should be defined in item. Now, what does this solve? Not much. It just means that we don't have to put a dimensions variable on the base class. Is there any benefit to doing that? Not really. I mean, it just cleans shit up, I guess. I don't know. I've just confused myself. Also, Moz, how's it going? How's inventory reception today? It's going smoothly. Smoothly. Right, this was about max stack quantity. I think using getters is good. But then it's just kind of a weird one, because it's like some things will be through a getter, other things will be through direct access to the data asset. Which is kind of, you know, how do we know which is which? Does that make sense? I guess it really only applies to things that are, like when we've got, hold on. Like here's a weird, let me get the, why is my search history Joe Many Liberals? Jesus. Let's go to Miro. Joe Many Liberals does it take to change a log by bulb? Also, Marb, have a good one. Have a good sleep. Have a good nap. Alright, so. Things being stackable is just a thing that an item does, right? But things being storable in the grid, in like a container grid, is applicable to this and that, but not necessarily this, and definitely not that. Do you know what I mean? So by using a getter, as almost like an interface, but less of a pain in the ass. We can just be like, have a function on entity called get maximum or get grid container dimensions, and then it returns -1 or 0 for everything except for these, which override that and say, oh yeah, I've got, pick me, I've got container dimensions. You know what I mean? Yeah, I like it. So in here, we would say get item static data, blah, 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 get max stack, bam. So entities don't need grid dimensions. Get rid of them. Entities also don't need mesh. Well, physical entities do need mesh. Get storage grid dimensions. Cool, and so then in item object, we would then get storage grid dimensions, which we just get from item static data, get grid, get dimensions. No, we need to implement it in item static data. This is grid, or default, grid container dimensions. This is in point. This should be default max stack quantity because we may allow overstacking in certain containers. I feel like a living being doesn't have a standard storage size. I think this is all just determined on other things like... No, they do, they do. How do we describe the, So, like, when you put a person in a box, the person can conform to the shape of the box, right? But only to a certain degree. So, like, if a box was a 1 by 10 container, you wouldn't be able to fit a person in there, even if you could fit the person in a 3 by 3, right? Which would be 9 slots. How the fug? Let's just do a default for now. Default container grid. Oh no, it's grid container. Actually, you know what? Let's not even do that. Let's just say, for all living beings, they're just a fucking 3x3. It's pretty small, but for now, that's fine. Alright, what else is broken? Not much, not much. Item actor's fine. Entity grid container object. Right. So let's get max stack. No, we get it from the object. We get max stack. Get max stack quantity. That needs to be pure. Thank you. Very good. I mean, are items the only stackables? Can we only stack items? Or bundle items? You know, like a stack of arrows. Or like a clump of, you know, corn or wheat stalks. So I feel like this is only really relevant if we just... Because, like, this condition's really only relevant for items, right? If items are the only thing that implement stackability. At which point there isn't any use having the getter, because I can literally just be like, hey, is there an item at index? Yes there is. Well, let's just check, hey, is this a, you know, item object? Bam. If it is, well then we just check, hey, is this, you know, is this the same as, not that, sorry. That should be incoming entity object. Is incoming entity object the same as this one, blah, 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 blah. But then we can literally just get the quantity and the max stack quantity, because that would be a part of the item object's item static data. Do you know what I mean? But then I feel like... I feel like the more divergence from uniformity, the more divergent and ununiform the code becomes. Because then it's like... I mean, games are arbitrary. Games are arbitrary. But then I guess if I wanted something else to be stackable down the line that wasn't an item. So I'd probably need to do getters and setters defined in the entity class. I guess, like, bugs might be an example. Like, bugs are not an item. They're a living being. You can grab a stack of bugs, plural bugs, and then chuck them in your backpack as one unit. At which point they would have a get max stack quantity that would be overridden in the bug class, which means we'd also need a generic way of setting their quantity using a setter function rather than accessing the variable directly. Yeah. Fuck. Which means we'd also need a set current quantity, max stack quantity, set quantity, get quantity. Otherwise, I'd just find myself casting to, you know, each thing. At which point, why don't I just use an interface and be like, is this fucking stackable and shit? Then if I implemented that interface on a higher... But I mean, that's essentially what I'm doing. It's like interfaces without having to interface. Does anyone have any advice? I mean, like, all of them work. Like, both methods are the same in the end. Kind of. Like, we're getting real deep into coding. I guess from a performance perspective, it's probably easier to just have a function declared on its parent, rather than needing to do the whole interface, cast to the interface object, return the fucking thing, check if it implements the thing, and the blah blah blah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do getters and setters where needed. Anything that needs to be genericized, we'll implement it on the base entity class. And then get it from there. At which point it will just return -1 or null. Unless it overrides that thing. Which technically, like, adds bloat to the base class. But it's the base class, you know. There isn't really any difference whether it's on the... Because it's a function. It's a function. It doesn't get instanced. Sarah 3D, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I'm just thinking at the moment. Just trying to use the brain. I think I'm just debating whether to use interfaces or to implement a function on the base class that then gets overridden in child classes. Everything in the game derives from this one object class anyway. That function always be used in the base class. It will always get called from. So like here's an example. Let me run the example. I'll get my little whiteboard up. Here we go. Okay, so. Here we go. So, we have entity, which is an entity, physical or conceptual. Then we have physical entities. And then, for example, we want to be able to get the grid container size of an entity. So if we want to put an entity in a barrel, we know how big that thing is and if it can fit and, you know, what spaces it takes up on the grid. But not all physical entities need to have dimensions. So the idea is to just implement grid space, get grid coordinate, get grid dimensions on here, where it just returns -1, but then override that function on living being and item, but not on substance, because substance can only exist in a volume. And then, like, we wouldn't want, like, building, you know, or, like, furniture to have a grid dimensions and whatnot. And so by doing it this way, we can just get rid of a lot of variables on the static data asset where we don't need it, and then just add it for individual things, and then they can just use their getter function to get the stuff. Finish with the interface, you can then have it work with any class, whereas you only be able to use on shards of that parent. Yeah, exactly. Which, like, for the current context, is... The current context is, like, storing entities, which we can only do with entities in the first place. So it's like... My question at this point is it more performant to define the function on the base class and then call it as like a generic function that they can then override and, you know, give a different output? I'm at least 80% sure it would be faster than calling an interface. And I'm just trying to think of any case where I'd need to call any of these on something that isn't an entity. Because entity is our base class. It's like, it's you know, we've got UObject. And then we declare entity off of that. Wait, is that how UObject, or is it UObject? Then you could be a lootable box. Yeah, it could be a lootable box. But that lootable box could go inside another box. Inside another box, inside another box. If they could all fit. Because every entity has a PICOS, which is essentially a container for other entities, whether that's physical or emotional. Like an army can contain squads which contain living beings. And those living beings contain items that they've equipped. And then those items that they've equipped can have items inside them, like, you know, bottles. And those bottles can have substances inside them. You think there's any other thing that you want to call on and go to the interface? Otherwise, it'd be fine with the virtual function on the base. That'll be faster. I assume you'll be storing all these things as entities, so you have immediate access. Yeah, exactly. The context is always entity. And then in the child class, we can, you know, cast to the different data asset type that it would be using. Because I was thinking about, like, oh, do we need, like, if items are the only things that could be stackable, then I could just here do a cast to item object as just basically a class check, and to be able to get item static data, which would then have current quantity. Oh, sorry, that would be on the item object. The static data would have had the max quantity in it. But then I was thinking, like, okay, well, what about, like, bugs? What if I'm collecting bugs, and bugs are living beings? Because they can, you know, do their own shit. And it's like, you know, what if I wanted to have a stack of bugs in my backpack? And then over time, they, like, spread out and take up space and shit, you know? It'd be kind of funny. So then I'm like, okay, well, you know, not all living beings need a maximum stack quantity size, but maybe some do. At which point I override the maximum stack quantity function and change it from -1 to 5 or something. Oh, that's all good. I didn't realize the ads were rolling. I was just saying that. Would you ever want to call this on a character that is not derived from entity? No. So everything derives from entity. And like we never. An actor is always just a husk that houses an entity, or that, you know, references an entity. So like a character actor is always just as simple as it can be, and then all of its actual data, like its actions, its inventory, and everything is on the entity thing. That way, when we virtualize them, so when we go off screen, but they're still traveling to this location or something, they can still exist as an entity, and they can still even, like, run, you know, AI and our large-scale pathfinding and all that kind of stuff. And they can still kind of tick off screen. Or simulate off screen. Yeah, and then I was saying that, like, no, you architecture, you're not storing them as characters and then have to get the entity after, or do you write your own full character class from this? So, the character class, the actor character class, keep in mind, this is like a U object. So this isn't an actor. It's derived straight from U object, and we essentially, like, attach it to an actor. And these will link to one another. So the entity can exist without the actor, but the actor shouldn't exist without the entity. But then there are some non-entitous actors, like, you know, the cliff meshes on the landscape, or grass, or, you know, like small rocks might just be an actor, but then we can still, you know, pick them up, but it'll turn it into an object, if that makes sense. And then after that point, it's an entity that, you know, gets tracked. Where, like, oh, we smash someone in the head of it, and now it's covered in blood, you know. Your objects are 48 bytes of memory. That's better than an actor. What's an actor? Like 4 kilobytes of memory? $1K, okay. Do BP not C++? Yeah. Mostly Blueprint. I'll probably do a rewrite in C++ for some things in the future. Mainly like the big simulation-y stuff, but the simulation is set up to be like not a fixed time step. So we can literally just say, oh yeah, do 5 entities per frame, like run an update on them, and then just go through 5 at a time until we get, you know, do a full loop, and then do it again. So that, you know, if your frame rate's higher, then the simulation resolution, I guess, is better. But that's only really applicable for, like, the off-screen stuff. Spreading out, that's pretty standard profiles, a lot more heavy lifting like this. Yeah, I figured. It's either do that or do it asynchronously on another thread, which or do it, well, I guess if it's asynchronous, then it would just be doing it in its own time anyway, so. Yeah. But then it's like, if gameplay stuff directly alters any variables and whatnot, it would kind of become a bit of a fuckfest. Unless we only async simulated the virtualized characters only, because at that point they're not interacting with the actual game state. So, like, you know, a collision can't affect a virtualized AI. Kind of smart. And then we just do staggered updates on any that are actually loaded in the physical realm. That could be interesting. What's like a normal amount of RAM to take up in a thingo? Has your theoretical application look into how Doom, the new one's AI, calculate if they're in a good position? They only test like 2-4 times a second, then spread it out across a level, which reduces the rate custom per frame significantly. Yeah. Like an EQS, staggered EQS kind of thing. They do that in, I think it was Guild Wars 2? There's a talk about something similar to that. Where, like, yeah, they have, like, a environmental query layer that's, like, on the server so that NPCs, you know, like, where they should be or where they shouldn't be, and it gets updated, like, this grid gets updated periodically to reflect that. So rather than each individual AI being like, oh, where's the best position for me, query everything, and then figure out where to go, it's just like, here's this information, everyone can read from it, and then they can just make a decision based on that. Which I think Unreal has a framework for. I don't know if it's any good or not, but I haven't used it, the EQS stuff. Yeah, let's say our minimum specs are 8 gigabytes of what do you want to know exactly? So, like, how much would a game like how much RAM would a game be using just for gameplay related stuff? If we don't, you know what I mean? Like, what's my simulation budget? Not like a game total. Well, textures would never get loaded into RAM, right? They just get passed straight to the VRAM? Right? Right? No, right? Maybe? No? RAM would just be CPU needed data, right? Or am I dripping balls? Since the visuals gameplay platform. Yeah. Let's presume the textures of the game are very few and far between. Like, lots of repeated textures, lots of being smart with, like, channel packing and all that kind of shit. So, like, texture memory isn't an issue, but that's GPU RAM. Usually not hitting your RAM limits from gameplay code. Yeah, but what if we had tens of thousands of characters loaded in memory at the same time? Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're squawking. Actively compressed into these entities. Entities, yeah. So they'd be the current entity base class, at least, is an object with some functions and a few pointers, basically, to other objects. But most of the data is in data assets. So, like, if there's 100... Let's say there's 100,000... I don't know... kettle hats. All 100,000 of those kettle hats are referencing the one data asset in memory for all of their static data. And then, obviously, there'd be... there would be, you know, the unique data, like their durability and all of their, you know, if they're like different color variations and what materials they're made of. Although the materials themselves are data assets. A lot of things can be reconstructed from seed. Like, if we give a metal a random color from a color atlas, instead of saying, this is the color, you know, a float 4, we could say, here's your seed, here's your metal. When we spawn you in next, we know what color to pick based on the seed, I guess. But then it's like, okay, well, what if the player painted it or blued it or something? Then where do I store that extra data? I mean, that could just be a property that would then take the initial color value and add color to it. So that would just be a property object that would say, oh, this metal has had the blued property applied to it. Yeah. So you don't have to save actual stat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. which would work for the base variables of something. It obviously wouldn't work for, like, the current durability. But that's just a float. Well, it's a float, it's a whole fucking separate object. Because of the way that, like, the... Let me get my fucking... We're going in the deep end now. So, like, the way that... Get in. Mosquito. So the way that all of the properties of items and entities, like any item or character or substance or anything like that, has a property manager, which all of them are represented by an object. So, like, for example, character has movement and has a carried weight aggregate, you know, variable, which is then offset by the strength stat, but then movement's also directly affected by the condition of each leg, which legs are going to be items after this refactor. But then those legs can have their own conditions that contribute to their, you know, efficacy and blah, 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 and we can apply a thing to this thing, you know. So each descriptive thing of a thing is an object. Which a lot of them aren't needed all the time, so we can just... Like, for example, consciousness. We'd only need to spawn that object if, you know, something that would have affected it drops below a point where it would start affecting it, essentially. But yeah, so it's all modular objects that can just link in with one another in completely unique ways. And then we just find them by tag and whatnot. Which they'll then get serialized as objects, which we're going to figure out at some point. To be able to serialize objects and reinitialize them with all of their references intact. I know people have done it. I know people can do it. Especially if you don't want it to be human readable. But, yeah. So that's like the general idea of the whole underlying simulation system. Is that everything can be a... And I was kind of... So, like, for example, every property has a... How do I even put this? Every property has a rate. So every property has a base, a current, a base rate, and a current rate, and then a min and a max. And the property itself is responsible for increasing or decreasing itself. So the blood will get its rate based on, you know, it's got a cut, and that cut affects the blood rate negatively. And so that way we don't have to have a blood regen variable and a blood maximum object and whatnot. So I've kind of tried to make them nice and compact, you know? Sorry, I've missed your thing, Adam. But UX, if you have a material and for each object you want different material parameters, how does that affect the performance? It will... They won't be able to auto-batch, or you won't be able to... You wouldn't be able to instance them. So... Yeah. If it's like just some colors or like float values that need to be different, I would use custom data, because then they can still auto-batch. So if you've got 20 crates, but you want to just change the color of them slightly, like give them all a kind of random color, you could just do a random custom data float, and then use a lerp in the material to give them all different colors, but then they could all still be auto-batch together. Like, if you've got static meshes that aren't set to movable, then the engine will just be like, oh, you know what, I've noticed that there's, you know, 1,000 barrels here that are all using the same mesh and the same material. I'm just gonna fucking send them to the GPU as one dude. So that's where you'd use regular custom data. That way you don't have to have a material instance for each. As in, like, material dynamic instance for each mesh. But then you can also just, if they are like a proper static mesh instance collection thing, then you'd use per instance custom data to give them, you know, unique properties and whatnot. So if you had 1,000 barrels, you could generate a dynamic material instance for each of them and then set, you know, all your variables and whatnot. But then you'd have 2,000 draw calls because, you know, 1,000 barrels, 1,000 materials, 2,000 draw calls. But if they all had the exact same material and you just use custom data on the primitive itself, then they could all still be instanced. Or you could even do it without any custom data for, like, you know, color randomization by just getting their world position and just generating a seed from that. So just get, like, you know, X position plus Y position and then frac that, and that'll give you a random 0 to 1 value to then, you know, lerp between some colors or something. Yeah, nice. All right. Well, I think I've answered my initial question, which is overriding functions from our base dude. The only downside is that we then have all these functions. Which I can just hide in a, you know, category called getter setters. And then just collapse that, you know, bam. Yeah, I think like from a performance perspective, it would be the best. I guess it also opens us up to like get current quantity, which I could use for something like, I don't fucking know, something. I guess I wouldn't want to use it super generic, because then it just get confusing. Let's call it stack quantity. Oh, unless I do like volume as one of these. Does it get messy once things start to end up with many functions or variables? Yeah. I mean, that's like, so like every entity has, or can have properties and can have containment, or containers. But I decided to run them through a manager, which is literally just an empty object that holds the array of, you know, containers. But it also implements all the functions, like, you know, add. Well, we'd have to get from here and, you know, add item at index or whatever. Or we can just say find. Where's the function that... Okay, well, obviously haven't implemented it, but it's like, you know, find best. Oh, here we go. Search all containers for first space. So this would iterate through this list, call this on them, blah, blah, blah. And then if found space, then add item at index and blah, blah, blah. Which is like, you know, it's an extra object, but like, what's one object in a sea of many objects? And just moves the functions away from the entity. I mean, the main reason was so that if someone wanted to borrow all of, you know, like just the container code, then they can just get container manager and just, you know, add a reference on their base class and be like, oh yeah, you know, initialize this and we're good to go. Rather than needing to copy all of the functions from my entity class into their character base class or whatever. So I think in this case that was the right call, which like I kind of flip-flopped on a few times. It was like, oh, it's an extra object. It's like an extra weird little abstraction. And, you know, if we're talking about 100,000 objects, then like 100,000 entities, that means, you know, 100,000 container manager objects. That have been constructed. But I mean, the manager doesn't have to be instanced, but the array of containers does need to be instant. So it's kind of like I could put the container array on the entity, and this could just be a static, like a subsystem even, rather than having one manager per thing. Because I don't think the manager would ever have any overridden functionality or anything. Do you know what I mean? Well, as you turn away from our Lord and Savior composition performance, as you say, well, it is still composition, technically, kind of. Sort of, kind of. Sort of. Not really. Like, it's inheritance, but it's not really inheritance. It's like if you defined a function on UObject, but then only actually utilized it for, like, one thing down the line. So for everything else, that function would return -1 or, you know, null. But for this one thing, it would return an actual usable value. I guess there's also so many things you can just not do in BP and can do in C++. Yeah, exactly. I can circumvent a lot of that by just writing a wrapper, like a blueprint wrapper for C++, you know, doodads and functions. Like, I had to do some for some anim notify stuff. Anim notify blend out scaled, which had to blend out montage, which is, you know, only available in C++, but we made it available. Also, now I'm loading VS, and now I want to die. I regret double-clicking. So here's just my C++ function library stuff. Why is that so? You know what? I'll change that later. Current quantity, max stack quantity. And then I'd need a setter. Set current quantity. Which is not pure. Not pure. New quantity. And then we don't need an output. And for most things, that will just do fucking Fucking nothing. Why are you angry? PLSS entity object. Da 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 da. Modify variable name entity grid dimensions. Ah. Yeah, right. That's where we get the incoming entity object and we get dimensions. Wow, I get storage grid dimensions. You should be pure. And that should technically never be called anywhere but here. Split that bad boy. Yeet. Spaghetti. That is item object, which we're literally just doing. Well, no, that is an entity. I need to call this entity object because I keep typing in entity object. Without writing that rubber C, wouldn't have access. Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally get you. Yeah, I might use C++ down the line, but I'd only ever want C++ for the performance increase where needed. But like, I don't know, I just like working in Blueprint better. It's just like, I can just keep track of it so much easier. All this knowledge, you guys. Wish I wasn't stuck at a laundromat. Damn. Yeah, let me change this name to PLSS entity object. Text files may need to find a place for entity. That's fine. Love working to beat people. My biggest gripe is not being able to debug them when you need to run the game without the editor open. True. Yeah, that's a good point. Both the by now monitor and having a BP open across my whole screen is a thing of beauty. Yeah. Yeah, I can't go back to using a square monitor. Square boy. I mean, what's this one? Mine's a... What is my... It's not 16 by 9, it's a... 21 by 9. So yours is like a... big's that? It's not a double. It's like a... Oh, it's a double 16 by 9. Right. Math. Whereas this is a 1.5. 16 by 9. Imagine streaming on a 32 by 9. And then having like someone on mobile trying to watch it. It looked like this, like... Ooh. You guys having a good time? So yeah, anyway, if you guys just read this... If you could just read this text right here... Yeah. Yeah, I'd thought about cropping, but then I realized, like, oh, I need to, you know, put little doodads everywhere anyway. Like the chats, you know, rather than just having them overlay over the top of the engine, I could just put them in their own little zone. Same with my face. Although when I film videos, I do this. But I actually change my resolution. So that I don't, like, cut anything off the sides. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I reckon I'm gonna take a break. Can scale the UA control shift. Oh, let me try that. Yeah, I know you can hold control and zoom. Or like control mouse wheel. To like zoom in further and zoom out further. But I don't know, does Control Shift W scale up the whole UI thinger? Because in the past, I think in like Unreal 4 days, I had to go like display settings. I mean, I still do have it at 120% size, but... Hey, alright, yeah, the widget reflector. Gotcha. Sorry, guys, I don't have my glasses with me today, so we're gonna have to... It's just gonna look like this for this stream. Hope that's alright. So I just need to be able to get my folders. There we go. So today I wanted to go to the animations, and I wanted to go to the humanoid animation blueprint, and I wanted to work on the anim graph. So we're gonna go to the anim graph. So laggy. And then we just need to search for the... There. So cursed. There we go. I think that's how I want it. For the old Streamerino. Yo, imagine if Epic would, like, hurry the frick up and... Now I remember why I didn't like the widget reflector. Because... it changes the... When you hit play... the full screen, it changes the... Anyway. Yeah, imagine if the marketplace team would hurry up and approve my fucking plugin. It's been like months. I think it's actually been over a month since I first submitted it. Actually molding. Yo, any bowls? Blech. But honey, we have Fluid Ninja at home. Fluid Ninja at home. Balls. When does 5.4 come out? Also, Sloth. Thank you very much for the... Thanks for the Prime sub. Very... appreciated. Thank you very much. Absolute giga. Looking forward to testing out my next project. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. It'll probably have a new update before then. I'm hoping... Here's my schedule for the next couple of months. I want to get this refactor done by the end of this month. Then do an update for this plugin, which will be the paint layer. There's three things. There's the paint layer, which is just an additional RGBA buffer that acts like liquid on surfaces. So, like, you know, blood is the example that most people use it for because everyone's a sicko. So blood hits surface. If it overflows, like if it exceeds 1 opacity, then it will drip down based on the RVT normals. And then if it is in water, it will blur outwards in the puddle domain. And then the second feature is using Niagara data channels to actually send that information. So, like, data, you can have like a global data channel that things can write to using like Niagara events. So it could be like, let's add blood particles when they hit the ground. We draw them to the Niagara data channel instead of needing to filter the event through Blueprint and then call it on the plugin system. We can just use a global data channel. And then the hash grid. The hash grid, which is a whole fucking shebang-a-bang. It's a whole damn thing. A whole goddamn thing. Probably want to do the hash grid first. No, I probably want to do data channel first. Then hash grid, then the actual fun stuff. But maybe I want to test if the fun stuff works first. I'll probably just do them all in some random order. Yeah, the hash grid will then put it at peak performance. Like 10,000 shapes per frame. Viable performance. Hashity grid. Hashish grid. It's gonna be lit. You guys just watch. I don't know if you guys are ready for the hash grid. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to have a quick break. And then I'm going to watch Sovereign's stream. So, I hope everyone had fun today. I apologize that we're just chipping away at, you know, this big refactor. But once we start actually implementing it, it will be very funny. It will be worth it. It'll be worth a laugh. Yeah, we'll be able to store people inside. Store people inside other people. Like, you could literally have a creature swallow a character begin to digest them, but then kill the creature, and then cut open its stomach and rescue the person. Because all entities are now storable. You know? Or maybe it'd be too late and you'd just find their bones being dissolved. Wouldn't that be hella traumatic? Like, you've got like a party member, and you send them out to go and do something, and then you get back to camp, and one of your other people's like, "Oh, have you seen Jeffrey?" And then you're like, "Oh no," and they're like, "Oh, well, last time I saw him, he went that way, and I heard like this weird noise from the forest, but whatever." And so you go and you find this big creature, and then you kill the creature. And then only when you start skinning it do you find there's someone in the creature. They're wearing Jeffrey's hat. Oh shit. Mutilated corpse with Jeffrey's hat. What a sad way to go. But then it turns out that Jeffrey actually got robbed while he was in the forest. And the person inside the creature was the bandit that robbed him. Happy ending. Except if you're the bandit. That would suck. Imagine getting eaten. Anyway, emergent gameplay. Let's raid Mr. Sovragan. I think he's working on Space Game. Hell yeah. So if you are looking forward to learning more Unreal Engine stuff, you'll be in good hands. So with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And YouTubers, goodbye.